All right. All right. Shalom, Israel. Yahweh Shem Yahshua B'Rakatham. Yahweh Shema Tham B'Shem Yahshua. Recent officer of 1,000 Yadayim, holding it down to a 12 show General Muhammad. Gets ready, gets down. Now, black man, Latino man, First Nation man, and woman, we got to understand, man, that the so-called New Year. I know everybody is like, oh man, Happy New Year, Chris. You had sisters, you got to mean, this weekend out there wearing nothing, Chris, freezing they behind, though. You know what I mean? Took a break from selling feet on OnlyFans to go outside and be whores. A lot of you brothers following after them. That's the things that we got to get away from as Blacks, Latinos, and Native American Indians. Not realizing that you went out there to give reference to another God. You ever wonder why it's called January? It's called January because it comes from the Roman god Janus. That's where it comes from. The god of new beginnings and endings. When the real springtime, the real new year begins in the month of Abib, which is the month of Passover. Black man, Latino man, First Nation man and woman. And what we need to do as the Lord's chosen people is this. If I could, young man Chris, could you give me Leviticus chapter 20 and verse 26? Let me get that. Got a hall. Let me get Amos chapter 5 and verse 21. Type your questions in the chat. I mean, General Muhammad will be in the building. Also, General Muhammad will be here. Type your questions into the chat. So when it gets ready, we can have it rock and roll and get them together. But first, if I could, go ahead, Chris. Give me what you got.
So Leviticus chapter 20, verse 26.
Go ahead.
And ye shall be holy unto me.
See, as the Lord's chosen people, we're supposed to be holy. Holy, when you look it up, means to be separate. We're supposed to be separate, set apart as Blacks and Latinos, man. We can't do the things that these other nations do. We can't celebrate Christmas and Halloween and New Year's. We can't do that. All of those customs are customs of the heathen, and they are vain. The Lord is telling us, man, only the children of Israel, because the Lord is speaking only to Israel, saying, ye shall be holy unto me. It's not your grandma and your grandpa, but your pastor with the white robe and gown on. That's not what holy means. Holy means to be separate, set apart. Go on.
For I, the Lord, am holy.
For I, the Lord, am holy. Meaning the Lord is holy. Most High is holy. The Lord is separate. The Lord does not love everybody. Go ahead, keep going.
And have severed you from other people.
And the Lord has severed us from these heathens, from their holidays. We ain't supposed to do them. We're not. Like, we're supposed to look at these heathen going out there doing what they do and let them rock. Let them go out there, you know what I mean, and serve whatever God they want to serve. As Blacks and Latinos, the Lord's chosen people, we got to serve our God, our Father. That's who we have to serve. That's who we have to obey. For I have severed you from other people. Meaning this, if I sever my arm from my body, it's no longer attached. So the Lord severed us from the oppressor, severed us from the Africans, severed us from their gods and their holidays. Keep going.
That ye should be mine.
That ye should be mine. Because we belong to the Most High. We belong to the Most High, Black man, Latino man, First Nation man and woman. I pray you understand. Now, let me get Amos chapter 5, verse 21. Y'all know. Thanks a lot.
Amos chapter 5, verse 21. I hate.
The Lord said, oh, let's slow it down. Let's slow it down real quick. Slow it down. The Lord said, what? Read it again.
I hate.
I what?
I hate.
Oh, man. You know, Chris, when I was coming up in the Christian church, Pastor Ruffin never told me about this scripture. He never did. He was too busy trying to get, He was too busy trying to get the Pico buddy bill. That's all he was trying to get. He was trying to get the rent and the mortgage and the car note. And then at the same time telling us God loves everybody, that God is just all love. But the Lord said what? Read it again.
I hate.
The Lord said, I hate. Yes, God is very much capable of hate. The Lord hates. We're about to find out what the Lord hates. Keep going.
I despise your feast days.
I despise your feast days. And when he says, I despise your feast days, understand this. When he says, I despise your feast days, he's talking about your holidays. He's talking about your New Year's, your Christmas. That's what he's talking about. And that's what we have to understand. He's saying, I hate and I despise your feast days. Like a lot of y'all, like, don't lie. Don't lie, Chris. Our mothers told us the same old stuff. Y'all know how you know what we saying is true. Our mothers used to tell us that if we go out there New Year's Eve, you know what I mean, to have a couple dollars in our pockets and some black eyed peas. Brother, I saw a video today that I still cannot believe that I saw with my own two eyes. An Issachar sister with a tradition of her own, involving a bucket of water, throwing it around the house, and then throwing it out the window like that's going to bring more money in the house for New Year's. You were broke yesterday, you're broke today, and you're going to be broke tomorrow. You know what I mean? That's all. They always saying new year, new me. You was a hoe yesterday, you a hoe today, you're going to be a hoe tomorrow. Ain't nothing changed, but you know what can change your life? Keeping God's laws, statutes, and commandments can. You know what really can change your life? Coming into the Israelite school of universal practical knowledge and letting that old man or that old woman die. That's how you truly change your life. Putting black-eyed peas in your pocket and carrying water around the crib and whatever, you know what I mean? And all these other traditions that you're doing for these holidays, they don't work. And they never have and they never will. Because what you don't realize is you're giving reverence to other gods. You're giving reverence to who? Janus, all Caesar Borgia, Allah, all of which have failed our people. All of which. That's why the Lord said, I despise your feast days. Keep going.
And I hate slaughter, and I will not smell in your solemn assemblies.
Ooh, and I will not smell in your solemn assemblies. Like that Thanksgiving dinner, that Christmas dinner, that New Year's Eve dinner. The Lord ain't trying to smell none of that. The Lord is having none of that. None of it. And that's what we have to realize, man. Like, we don't realize that these customs that we do, we're really following after the oppressor and what they teach us. And you never question, you know what I mean, what's facts, what's real. You just go ahead and go with the flow. Why? Because they give you a paid day off. Why? Because they tell you to go out there and say it's the so-called New Year when nothing, like what can be made new around this time in the dead of winter? What can be made new? Even if you want to look at it from a scientific standpoint, you know what I mean? And the Bible is all science. It can't possibly be true that this is the New Year. So you got to realize, and which is just so heavy, you got to wash your brain of all of this garbage that we have been pumped through all of our lives. All of our lives, we have been told the same old thing, like being plugged in, you know what I mean, high on that drug called America, called Babylon. You're getting ready to transition into what? You know what I mean? Martin Luther King Day. Then you're going to transition into Valentine's Day. And then you're going to go over and celebrate Easter, which is another celebration of Babylon and one of their gods. And the next thing you know, you got what? Memorial Day, the 4th of July. When all of these holidays of the oppressor and of America, God said, I despise your feast days, and I will not smell in your solemn assemblies. Even though you assemble yourself on these days, you get together out there on New Year's Eve, which I never understood. I never understood, Chris, because you go out there to the city, you go out there to New York, the Big Apple, go out there to Times Square to watch that ball drop. You know you're getting pickpocketed. You know you're getting robbed. You know you got to fight your way to the D train. You got to fight your way to the L. You got to fight your way to the Broad Street line. You know what I mean? Just to come home beat up and broke like you was yesterday. So what is new about that? Nothing. Nothing is new about it. And if I could, man, what we have to realize as the Lord's chosen people, and which is so important. If I could, Yana Hall, give me Revelation chapter 18 and verse 4. Let me get Revelation chapter 18 and verse 4, Bubba Quashaw.
Book of Revelations, chapter 18, verse 4. And I And I heard another voice from heaven saying, come out of her, my people.
The Lord said, come out of her, my people, not all people. Meaning Latino man, come out of America. First Nation man and woman, Seminole Indian man and woman, come out of America. Black man and woman, come out of her. Come out of America. This is not the place of our rest. We're not going to find rest here. All we're going to find is more death and oppression. That's why the Lord is telling us to come out of her, my people. Read them.
That ye be not partakers of her sins.
Don't be partakers of her sins. Don't go out there and waste good black-eyed peas and put them in your pocket thinking it's going to bring you good fortune. Don't do that. Don't run your water bill up as high as it possibly already is. The water bill is already high, y'all. The water bill is already high. We can't pay it already. And you running it up for a silly tradition. That's why the Lord told us to come out of her, my people. And don't be partakers of her sins. Meaning don't celebrate their New Year's. Don't celebrate their Christmas or their Thanksgiving. Go on.
And that ye receive not of her plagues.
And ye receive not of her plagues. Ooh-wee. Ooh-wee. You know what those plagues are, right? COVID-19, the coronavirus. I don't know if y'all aware, right? COVID ain't going away. COVID did not go away. It transformed. And I'm not talking about, you know what I mean, a member of the alphabet community. I'm not talking about the Wayne Wade's son, which is an abomination as well. Talking about COVID now was the Omicron. Now, you know what I mean? They sent me a letter saying that my nieces, they got to go back to school this week with masks on. You can think COVID going if you want to. The Lord going to send something more dreadful. You see how the Lord shut down this economy with the coronavirus. You see, you know what I mean, the Lord, you know what I mean, sending monkeypox. God damn, Chris, monkeypox. I mean, I don't know if y'all seen that one devil, man. His face was decaying, nose fell off. Like, it's a rough one. And the Lord has given us every warning, you know what I mean, to come out of America. Because you can catch that monkeypox and die. You can catch one of those venereal diseases. Goddamn, like I remember, yeah, I mean, us being young brothers, John Hall, Chris, you know what I mean, you get gonorrhea, you know what I mean, a shot from the doctor, you good to go. Now it's super gonorrhea now. Gonorrhea done went full ultra instinct. God damn. You can mess around and, you know what I mean, and keep sleeping with whores if you want to. You can mess around and still be a whore yourself if you want to. And all of these things are prevalent, especially around this time of the year. You get to be the biggest whore around this time. You get to have one night stands. You get to leave it behind you. Now it's a new year, new me. Not realizing you're placating to what the oppressor set up in January, in Janus, the God of new beginnings and endings. Not realizing that you're giving all of this time and energy, you know what I mean, to the gods of our enemies. And the Lord hates it, man. The Lord hates it. Like, Chris, give me the Lord saying, thou shalt have no other gods before me. That's what we need to understand. I believe it's Exodus 20 and verse 3. But we need to realize, man, like us doing those things, us doing these things, man, has been to our detriment. And our God has took the time. We read it in Revelation 18 and verse 4. That ye receive not of her sins and receive not of her plagues. Because we see it. I remember, Daniela. I don't know if you, I know you remember, sir. Like when COVID first came around, sir, they was talking about, black people can't get COVID because we got the melanin. We got the melanin in our skin. Niggas, y'all ever see, what's that show? Y'all ever see In Living Color? Y'all, man, David Wayne's character, Homie the Clown, and the other brother that was in jail. Talking about, because we got the melanin, that, the sun rays be hitting us, and it deflects the virus off the skin, and then it falls on the pale face. 2 months later, when brothers start to get it, the oppressor, who is the devil, he made a satellite, you know what I mean, to infect our people. First of all, what you need to realize, Black, Latino, First Nation, man and woman, the oppressor does not have to create some satellite or some rays, you know what I mean, to infect everybody. He doesn't have to. All he has to do is tell you to go outside on December 31st, leave your house with black-eyed peas, you know what I mean, and go to Times Square and watch the ball drop if he wants you to die. All he has to do is tell you that weed is legal and okay now. All he has to tell you that it's all right to be a whore on Twitter, Instagram, and OnlyFans. All he has to do is tell you that homosexuality is an alternative lifestyle. He doesn't have to be God. He doesn't have to go through all the trouble and make it and building, you know what I mean, death machine to kill blacks and Latinos. The method that they have right now that they're using is the same method that the Africans used, the same method that the Babylonians used, the same method that the Persians and the Medes and the Romans, who are the oppressors today in America, still do. And that's to get us to turn from our God. That's a winning formula for the oppressor in these other nations. Get the Israelites to turn from our God. Without realizing that we can turn the tables just by doing what our God said to do. That's why he said, come out of her, my people. And he received not of her plagues, man. He received not of her sins, because America is going to pay for all of this. They are going to pay for everything. Like, I beseech you, black man, Latino man, First Nation man and woman, to come into the Israelite school of universal practical knowledge. It will save your life. It'll save your life. And with that being said, Alawat Panya, Barak, Yahweh Ba'al Shem Yahweh Shabbat Rakadam. Clap it up. Let's get it on. Walking out there. I'll answer your questions. Of course, we will go into so-called New Year's Eve. And also we'll do something that might help you out, a lot of you out there who are still stuck on New Year's Eve traditions. We'll go into the psychology of New Year's Eve superstitions. They come from a very natural place. It's natural, it's normal, especially when you're a slave, especially when you're poor, especially when you don't have actual power to change your life in the way that you would like to change it. All right? So we'll go into the psychology of superstitions, where they come from and why poor people trust them more than the will of God. Poor people trust superstition, brother, more than the commandments, more than righteousness. And it's for a very natural reason. And of course, we will go into that today. And I will also answer all of your questions about anything. Does anyone have a question? Let's have it now. Up front.
Shalom, sir. I have a question about Genesis 3:16. But what does it mean when it say that his desire should be to your husband?
His desire, read it for everyone, all right? I appreciate it.
Genesis chapter 3:16.
No, leave it there. Go ahead.
Unto the woman he said, I will greatly multiply thy sorrow and thy conception.
So what is this? What we're reading now are the curses, the repercussions of Eve's and Adam's actions in the Garden of Eden, right? They rebelled against the Most High God. They chose to disobey God. They believed that disobeying God would benefit them. They would prosper through disobeying God. Eve believed that she would become as a god. And Adam, of course, believed his wife was right instead of God. Everybody understands that, right? But they didn't prosper. Their lives didn't get better. They were cursed. What was one of the curses? We're reading about it right now. This is where a woman's pain in childbirth comes from. Right? Women go through absolute agony in childbirth. Of course, our oppressor has so many drugs now that they believe can take away a woman's pain, but those drugs don't work, and I'll explain why. Even if you get an epidural, and if you sleep through your entire pregnancy, if that baby is born black and Hispanic, that baby is still going to give you a great deal of pain. I pray everyone understands. You're going to hurt over that child. And there's no medicine, there's no needle, there's no epidural that is going to take away the pain of being poor in the ghetto with a baby. And every woman knows what I'm talking about. You understand, right? So you shall have pain in thy childbirth. Go ahead.
In sorrow thou shalt bring forth children.
Yeah, I mean, they can take away the pain now with a needle in your spine and with an epidural, but there is no cure for the sorrow
of having a child when you're a nigger and a spick in this world. The amount of suffering and sadness that a person will go through simply because you wanted to make another human being. That sorrow is still a curse that is still in effect today. I know you understand. Keep going.
And thy desire shall be to thy husband.
And thy what?
Desire shall be to thy husband.
Because how did this great crime come about? Adam told his wife, the Lord has said, we may eat of every tree of the garden, save this one. There is one thing we can't devour, one thing we can't consume. As most of you officers know, this is not about apples or fruit. This is a metaphor for learning something the easy way or learning it the hard way. You can eat all of these other trees because learning from these trees is learning what? Read my mind. Is learning, young man? You're right, but it's learning in my metaphor I just gave you. Learning from these trees is learning the young man. You're right, but use the metaphor. Show me that you're in class today because I just said it. Is learning the easy way. You'll pick that skill up. You need that to battle Christians. You need to remember every word someone says in a battle so that you can take their words and use them to hurt them. I just said it just now. The story of Adam and Eve, the tree of knowledge and the tree of good and evil, is the difference between learning something the easy way and learning it the hard way. The Most High God said, you may eat of all of these trees. You can learn from these. I'll tell you what to eat. Eat beef, eat chicken, eat cows, eat goats, eat fish with fins and scales, have sex with a woman that is also in your family, also in your race. Use a horse for riding him. Plant food this time of the year. Plant it this way. And you read it and you do it. That's learning the easy way. Christ enlightened us in the New Testament when he called the Most High our Father. To understand he's a father is to understand the book of Genesis, because eating the other trees was your father telling you, take out the trash, come home by 4, do your homework by 7, make sure you're in bed by 11. That's learning the easy way, and we were free to do that in the garden. Thou mayest eat of every tree, save this one. This is the one tree you can't learn from, because eating from this tree, consuming this information, is learning something read my mind, well, if you eat from the tree that he told you not to eat from, then which way is that? Give him a hand. That's the hard way. There's one father that says take out the trash every Tuesday. Or you can learn what happens if you don't. You know the difference, right? Yes. One father can say, make sure you're in the house by the time the street lights come on. Make sure you don't bring a white girl in my house ever. Ever. Make sure you don't ever act like a sissy. Ever. Because you're not my son anymore once you do that. Right? That's the easy. You hear it and you go, come, Pop, no problem. No white girls, no sissies, no sweat. No problem. Or you can learn it the other way. Do you understand? Well, Adam was told what he could learn. All the easy stuff. Just do this. Do that. Don't do this. No problem. Until Eve went and met a lying ass snake, a serpent. And he told her all those things that God said not to learn. That's the best way to learn it. You should learn it like that. Learning it like that will make you a god. And she went back and told Adam, and he, of course, wanted to please her. Happy wife, happy life. He wanted to please her, and he disobeyed God. And then they learned things the hard way. The tree of the knowledge of good and evil was learning things the hard way. What is Eve learning right now? What are you reading Eve learning? What is she learning? Give him a hand. That's all. So now, a baby is going to rip you in two when he comes out. And if you get on drugs, that makes you fall asleep through the process. I'll just hurt you when they get shot by the cops when they're 9. I'll hurt you when you can't feed them. I'll hurt you when you're homeless and in the shelter. I'll hurt you when child services comes in and takes them from you because your boyfriend molested your child or beat your child. Either I'll hurt you in labor or I'll hurt you after the labor. But you're getting hurt in childbirth because now you learn the hard way. This is the knowledge of good and evil. This is not the tree of life. This is learning things the hard way, which is what we're reading about now. You understand? Keep going.
And he shall rule over thee.
Now, what do you got to learn? You didn't want, before, what happened? Your husband listened to you, right? Eve is the one that was beguiled by the serpent. That's in 2 Timothy. It was not Adam that was deceived, but Eve being deceived was in the transgression. That's in the New Testament. You understand? Adam didn't get fooled by that serpent. Adam just wanted to please his wife. Adam was a sucker to a bitch. And that, because of that, death is in this world. That's that. So what's the repercussion? What's the hard way that now Eve has to learn? Explain. No, you tell me. You just read it. Now thy desires shall be unto thy husband. Now how does Eve, how is she going to learn? Eve. She's going to have to go to him. Give him a hand. That's it. Because death came into the world because he went to you. Yeah, I'm going to teach you never to do that again. Now, whatever you want, you're going to have to go through him. So when you go and you think you found this new church that you love, and they're an Israelite group, except they don't believe in having more than one wife. They're called the IUIC, and they're exactly what I want you to join. Bitch, I didn't ask you what God I should choose. Who asked you? That's your church, right? That's the one you like? Then go. I'm not going. But I got this new pastor I've been watching on YouTube, and he's so anointed, bitch. Who asked you who was anointed? I don't choose my God based on your opinion. And that's not how I get my God. You think I have to wait for you to approve of my religious belief? Is that what I do? No. That's not what I do. That's what Adam did. But now I learned the hard way never to do it again, didn't I? I went in slavery. I suffered under our oppressor. What? So I know to never let a bitch rule me again. I know to never allow a woman to make me choose her over what God said ever again. And I learned, come on. And I learned, how did I learn never to let a woman make me choose her over God? I learned it which way? I learned it the hard way. The hard way. Pray you understand. Next. Come on.
Like, sir, that Genesis 3 and 16, where it says, "Thy desire shall be to thy husband." Is it twofold? Is that okay? All of women's behaviors, even in the world, is to impress men or get attention from men, like women, acting like whores because men in the world like whores, that sort of thing.
Okay. Can I describe it to you? Come on.
If I may, sir, to simplify what Officer Obama was saying, sir, is that
The water
the
done, y'all.
reason why sisters are selling feet online is because brothers is willing to pay.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Gotcha.
Their desire is for us to be looking at them and focus on them, and like one of the main purposes of life is men. Like if you hear women's conversation amongst each other versus like just like the fellows or men's conversations amongst each other, even in the world, it's not the same. Like women are talking about men 85% of the time, and men are not.
Okay, well, you do know that men want women.
Of course.
I mean, since they're about 11 years old, they're constantly wanting a woman. So then what do you say about that? Because of course, men sell drugs for women, steal and want fancy cars, take pictures with cars they don't own because of women. They want careers that women like men to be in. Go ahead.
There's a precept that said I would go to for that.
Go ahead.
How powerful women are. Only
Okay, now that's exactly. Women are the most powerful thing on earth. Save the truth. The truth is the only thing stronger than a woman. This is what you might need to understand what you're seeing when you see the internet and women craving attention all the time. Okay, most of what you're actually seeing, right, is women being poor and needing money. Right? Okay, when you're young, right, and you see a prostitute, many of you, the first time you had sex was with a prostitute, or you paid for a blowjob in the back of some car or something like that. In men's mind, or a strip club, perfect example, a strip club. In your mind, these girls like you. Do you understand? It's in your head. Like in your head, it's like, man, she got to have it, you know. She freaky. She wants, she hates this sexual act. She doesn't like men. And so many women who you see online hate men, but they're poor and they were molested and they have no chance at earning any money. And so really, the strong desire to get male attention is more rooted in poverty than in desire. Again, which is why they call prostitution the first profession. Because the minute any woman needed money and couldn't eat and couldn't make bread, or was a widow when her husband died, or was a cast off of her family, a woman has one thing that can always make money. You understand? And that's society. And you see women wanting your attention, women dressing like whores because they're poor, because they're just poor, and this is how they make money. But you should not confuse that with liking you. You understand? Many a broke man confuses that with liking you. The stripper does not like you. She hates you. She hates you, and guess what? That woman has never had orgasm with you ever, not one time. She's faking. Not you, Abun. I know, not you. Not me either. But them, these cats. The rest of them. You die too. You die only. You die like hell no. The guy said he know that bitch. He know it happened. The point I'm trying to make is they lie so much, Abun. You can't think they like you because they lie so much, and a poor woman is lying for a living. You know, so really, when the scripture says her desire shall be unto her husband, it's talking about something that would avoid this great mistake. Remember, because the mistake was made because his desire was unto her. You understand? He wanted to please her. Let me ask you a question in Adam's mind, which you can suppose this. This is right in the woven between the lines of this scripture. What would have happened if Adam did not listen to Eve? Eve went to him and said, the serpent saith that we shall eat from the tree and we shall become as gods. Now, he believed her and he obeyed her. What if he did? Now, the answer is right in the scripture. It's woven in there. What if he said, no, God said we shouldn't do it and I'm not doing it? What would have happened? About
She would have said okay and went with it because her desire was to him.
And if she, no. Then why didn't he just say no? It's woven in there. It's woven, it's right in there. He did what she wanted. Why? All you got to do is understand people, men, today, life. If you've never been through this, thank the Lord. If Adam decides to not go with his wife, to not obey his wife, and to obey God instead of his wife, what would have happened, Abun?
She would have had the option either to go against him or.
What option would she have taken,
She would
Abun?
have went with it.
So what would she have done?
She would not have.
So if you were a woman, and this woman puts a choice to you, either you leave the UPK or I'm leaving you. If you don't leave the UPK, if you continue to keep the commandments, if you continue to stay in this cult who believes in having more than one woman, and the world says hate white people, and she gives you an ultimatum. I don't want that around my kids. I don't believe in that. I want to eat shrimp and crab. I want to celebrate New Year's Eve. If you stand with God and not with her, what is going to happen? Young man. Say again? Why? You'll have a different wife because what is she going to do? Give him a hand. Do I have to teach this? I don't have to teach this, right? This teaches itself. Right? Right? The senior men are laughing because we've all been through this. We've all been right there. Where you have to choose. Well, you can't see your children. Why? Because you're gonna take them to that school. I don't want you taking your kids down there. But why? Because you're not gonna celebrate Christmas. I'm cutting my boy's hair. You letting my son's hair grow. I'm cutting his hair. Well, you have to choose. And they leave you when you choose God over a woman. They leave. That's what happens. That's what would have happened to Adam. Who knew for a fact it was going to happen? Adam. Adam knew for a fact. And he chose to follow Eve. Why? Bring me home. Bring me right here to the Bible. It's right in front of your face. Why did he choose that woman over God? It's right in front of you. It's right there. If you say it in the battle, there will be no one that can say you're wrong because it's right in front of you. Who wants to give it a shot? Anyone online, you can try too. You're dying. Give him a hand. Adam's desire was to that woman. She is what he wanted, not God. She is what he wanted, not the commandments. Guess what the Most High said? I'll fix that. From now on, you are going to want him. He's going to want God. That's that. You are going to want him. You're going to need him. You're going to be afraid if he leaves you. He will what? Have more women than you. He won't need you. Everybody always says, well, Adam, for years I've been hearing this in battles. Adam only had one wife. Yeah, that's true. And you see what happened, don't you? You see what happened, right? A man had one wife. That's the only one he had. And when he had to choose between her and God, he chose her. Then God said, now your desire shall be to your husband. Now she can't have any other man, and I can have 10 women. She needs me out. I don't need her. She cannot replace me. I'm the only man she can have sex with the rest of her life. Some idiot Andrew Tate got arrested this week, the dumbest heathen in the world, because he's ultra masculine. He's Johnny Fontaine. He's a nigga from Greece. What's the cat from Greece? You better shape up. It's an old movie, y'all. He's Tony Montana. He is the slickest woman. The women love him. He's pretty Ricky Fontaine. He's in jail right now for selling whores. Come on. Still like you. Oh, sorry, Andrew. Anyway, he's a brother who's a pimp, who's a sex trafficker. And he thinks that he's a ladies' man because he has all his wives who sleep with other men. So he thinks they're his girlfriends. And his girlfriends have sex with other men for money. And he thinks he's a ladies' man. Let me show you a real ladies' man. In the Israelite school of UPK, we have sex with a lot of women. And our women only have sex with us. Kwam Yasha Allah. That's what's happening here. Oh, a lot of them. She needs us. We don't need her. She's only with us. We're with other people. Do you understand? It's a one-sided type of sexual encounter. I have sex with whoever I want. She can only have sex with me. That is in the Bible. With that comes great responsibility. Great responsibility. But it definitely lets her know that if you want to leave me over the truth, there's a few of them that will stay with me because I'm in the truth. They want me because I'm in the truth. So I could lose one. I got a spare rib. I just made that up. Damn. Come on, Abun, write that down. Spare ribs. I just made that up just now. A rack of ribs. So many, the rack's so big, what do I got? Spare ribs. Her desire shall be into her husband. Now you know, all right? Next. No questions. All right, let's go to these superstitions. Where we at? Come on.
So like, what's the superstition with like the okay? pretty much like, you know how like you have Thanksgiving holidays, you
Right.
have, New Year's.
Give me the
Eve.
slave. Give me the slave superstitions. Get them ready on deck, and give me the Hispanic superstitions. Can you bear with me 1 second? I got to get in the habit of doing this Spanish. All right. Es hora de practicar mi español. Okay. I want to do that at the beginning of class, if you don't mind. All right. Just so I would like to do something, learn more phrases to say at the end of class. Permiso. Lo siento. Okay, hold on. Here we go right here. Somos la Escuela Israelita de Conocimiento Práctico Universal desde oeste calle Harlem, Nueva York, bajo General Yohana, desde el 1969. Carnales, esta es la verdad. Si tú eres español, negro o indio, nativo, tú eres Israel, el pueblo, el hijo de Dios. All right, so I'll try to, if anyone speaks Spanish, give me a new phrase and I'll say it at the end of class, all right? I'll try to do a different one so I can learn. Come on. You had your hand up? Whoever, one of you, I'm not sure. Okay, go ahead.
It's not actually a superstition.
Uh-huh.
I'm just trying to see what's the spirit behind like being in the truth
Uh-huh.
and eating a plate of from someone like your family member or cooking in your own house.
Right.
That, you may live in the crib with somebody else who do follow
Right.
the heathen customs
Right.
nowadays,
Mhm.
still eating that day. Either it's Christmas.
In essence, should you eat the food that they made to worship this holiday, but you are eating it because it's in the refrigerator?
Not that type of spirit.
Exactly.
Even if it's turkey or
Whatever. Turkey, stuffing, cranberry sauce, whatever they made, right? Whatever is clean, but it's in the refrigerator because you live with them. They celebrate the so-called holiday. They might, for Judites, like to eat black-eyed peas and collard greens, right? I'll tell you where that comes from. So maybe it's sitting in the refrigerator. Maybe there's no pork in it. Maybe it's clean. To them, it's going to make them rich if they eat it, right? But to you, it's black-eyed peas and collard greens. Precept.
1 Corinthians chapter 8, verse 4.
This is what you need, okay, right? And let this be a lesson to every young brother. Everything is in the Bible. There is nothing that is not in the Bible. Nothing, no question, nothing at all. How life started, when was Adam created? Every possible thing that you can think of is in the Bible. It's a lot better than collard greens and beans. You had your hand up in the back up. Well, why do black people believe in Christianity? Stay around. Stay around. Right. You stay around. I'm assuming you're comparing them to Israelite groups outside of the UPK. Is that what you mean? Where are you from? Panama. I got you. And you're saying that people from Panama don't become Israelites?
I'm not saying that they don't, but I'm saying I've never seen it.
I got you. Well, you're a very young man, and there's a lot you're going to see that you've never seen. What tribe are you? Do you know? Okay, you're a Panamanian, right? Which would make you, according to the Bible, the tribe of Zebulon, right? You are Hispanic. Do you speak Spanish? You're Hispanic. So, have I ever met someone from Panama to come to the class and come into the truth? Who? There you go. Give him a hand. It happened. He said, I've never seen someone from Panama become an Israelite. Never. Besides you. Don't worry, y'all. Just stay down, and you're going to see a lot more than that. You sitting here is a miracle.
Right.
And before you know it, we'll show you a lot more miracles. Please believe it. Come on.
It's like, so we got an officer and a trooper in Honduras. So they're
So it's the 12 tribes of Israel is in the UPK. The young man just haven't seen it before, but there's a lot he's never seen that he's going to see. Everybody understands. All right, come on. Please.
I'm going to break down when Christ come back and crack the sky.
Oh, that's a good one. All right, give me that too. I'll take that in Revelations. What am I waiting on right here? Come on.
You want 1 Corinthians 8 about eating so-called holiday food, eating food that's cooked.
Oh, right. The brother, right. Go ahead.
1 Corinthians chapter 8, verse 4. As concerning, therefore, the eating of those things that are offered in sacrifice unto idols. We know.
So you get that, warrior? You get that? That's what this is. This is the topic you just said. Read that one more time.
As concerning, therefore, the eating of those things that are offered in sacrifice unto idols.
As concerning the eating of those things offered in sacrifice unto idols. The Christmas turkey is offered to the demon of Christmas, to the god of Christmas, which is Nimrod, which is where the Christmas tree comes from. The entire holiday is based on him. And is based on Saturnalius, which is the worship of the Roman god Saturn. Thanksgiving turkey is a turkey that is sacrificed to the god that helped the so-called white man conquer the so-called North American Indian. It's a celebration that they had 2 days after the massacre. They massacred the so-called North American Indian and had this meal 2 days later because they were thankful that they won the war. It was a celebration of victory. Right? The North American Indians showed them where the food was, showed them the trails in the forest so you could find water, and said, if you follow this same trail, you'll find turkey and you'll find deer. 2 days after that, they slaughtered them. 2 days, and then celebrated because they won. Right? That's the God of Thanksgiving, the God of the oppressor, the God of death, the God that rewards the wicked over a victory with the righteous. If you eat a turkey, that's the God you're worshiping. Give me some more. Halloween, of course, is the god Molech, which is where the worship of Halloween comes from sacrificing your children. That's an ancient Babylonian custom that people have done forever. The things we do today, you would think they're very new, but they are so old. Everything is old. Nike is old. Everything. Valentine's Day, old. The food for Valentine's Day is the candies and everything, right? Those candies are sacrificed to who? February, which is a wolf god that they celebrated every year in February. So there's a meal or food associated with every worship of every god. We call them today Christmas, Thanksgiving, Halloween, Valentine's Day, and New Year's Eve. You understand? Come on.
So pretty much on that day, if I do eat turkey, am I doing like?
No, just stand by, warrior. I'm gonna break it down for you. All you need to know now is that this is talking about your question. Right? Those holidays are sacrifices to other gods. Those foods are sacrifices to other gods. You understand? Keep going.
We know that an idol is nothing in the world.
We know, you and I, you're in the truth. We know that an idol is nothing. We know that Nimrod is nothing. The tree is nothing. Thanksgiving is nothing. We don't believe in that garbage. You and I know that it is nothing. Go ahead.
And that there is none other God but one.
And we know there's only one God. We know the God of Thanksgiving doesn't exist. The God of New Year's Eve doesn't exist. We know the God of Christmas does not exist. We know there's one God, Yahweh. Keep going.
1 Corinthians chapter 8, verse 5. For though there be that are called gods, whether in heaven or in earth, as there be gods many and lords many. But verse 6, but to us there is but one God.
So we know, and that's what you have to, when you see that food in the refrigerator, you have got to know that Christmas is false. It is not about love. It is not about the baby Jesus. You've got to know what Thanksgiving is when you see that turkey. You've got to know what Halloween is when you see that candy. And that's what this is trying to emphasize. We know this about these holidays and about these gods, that they're nothing. Keep going.
Of whom are all things,
Mm-hmm.
and we in him,
Mm-hmm.
and one Lord, Yahushua Christ,
Mm-hmm.
by whom are all things, and
Mhm.
we by him.
Go ahead.
Verse 7. Howbeit there is not in every man that knowledge.
Howbeit, not everyone knows what you and I know, right? We know the truth about Christmas, but maybe your cousin doesn't know. Maybe your grandmother doesn't know. Maybe the people that see you on Facebook eating turkey, maybe they don't know. Maybe other people think that it might be that the God of Christmas might be real. And the God of Thanksgiving might be real. Others might not know what you and I know. Keep going.
For some, with conscience of the idol, unto this hour, eat it as a thing offered unto an idol.
You and I can sit down and eat that same turkey. It means nothing to us. But this brother who watched us eat it, he goes, oh, Thanksgiving must be lawful because he's in the UPK. He's eating the turkey. Maybe Thanksgiving is a time of family and love. Chris, I thought Christmas was wrong, but he's eating that meal on Christmas. He posted a giant plate, which all of you young, Lord be with you. You post a giant plate on Christmas and Thanksgiving. Of course, it's just food to you. I get it. It's just food. But what do the other people think that see you posting a plate of food on Christmas and on Thanksgiving? That's what this is saying. We know it's nothing, but other people, in their conscience, they might be struggling with Christmas, struggling with trying to give up these holidays. Keep going.
And their conscience being weak.
And their conscience being what?
Weak.
Their conscience being what?
Weak.
So now, because someone saw me eating a turkey leg on November 25th, that to me is just a turkey leg. What will it do to him if he sees me do it? He will think that the hold that Christmas has on him is right. He'll think it's right because he doesn't know what I know. You understand? Keep going.
Verse 8, but meat commendeth us not to God.
But meat doesn't commend us to God. Listen now, if you miss a plate of food, God, you're not going to get closer to God because you ate this food. So what difference does it make? You understand? It's just a piece of turkey. If you like that nasty ass cranberry, get some every year. They got it. The stuff for Thanksgiving is in the supermarket every day. You could go have that. You could get the mashed potatoes, the stuffing, the turkey, the cranberry sauce. Put it, slap it together all in that sandwich y'all love the next day. You could eat that any day you want. You like black-eyed peas? Hell, I'm a Judite. I know about black-eyed peas. Eat them every day, except for this one. There's one night I'm not eating black-eyed peas. There's one day I'm not eating turkey. I'm not doing that. Why? It's just turkey. But what if you see me do it? You're struggling in your conscience with giving up the world. I'm not, but you are. And if I eat it, it will make you
weak.
It'll make you weak. Keep going.
Oh, God. For neither, if we eat, are we the better.
If we eat it, we're not better. We're not, closer to God because we ate it. Keep going.
Neither, if we eat not.
And if we don't eat it, we're not closer to God. It doesn't even matter. It's turkey. It's not magical. It's just turkey. Keep going.
Neither, if we eat not, are we the worse.
Keep going.
But take heed lest by any means this liberty of yours become a stumbling block to them that are weak.
Other people could see you eating that turkey and they'll go, Christmas is the power of Christmas. Like if you live with people in the world, right? Now they love Christmas. They know you hate Christmas, right? But then they go to the refrigerator and they say, you done ate half that turkey. You know what they say? They go, it's a Christmas miracle. Power of the baby Jesus. Like Christmas gifts. You might say, I don't celebrate Christmas. But then your mom just says, well, take this gift. All right, I'll take it. You know what your mom is thinking? It is the power of Christmas. It even worked on you. No. So what have you learned today? A meal isn't just a meal any day you eat it. For your brothers, give up that meal on Christmas. Don't eat that turkey that's in the refrigerator. If you live with people in the world, then you better understand that you live with enemies who are watching everything you do to see if what you are in is real. And when you eat that turkey, you have to just tell me when they ate the Passover meal. You just let me know when they had the lamb and when they had the unleavened bread. I'm sure they eat it every year, right? Do they eat the Passover bread? They eat it with you because they're in the truth. No, I mean, okay, the turkey is there. Let's say you eat the turkey. That's for Thanksgiving. Do they eat the Passover lamb and the unleavened bread?
Well, folks at my house, no.
That's what I'm talking about. Folks at your house, right? That's a scenario. It's just a metaphor. It's a scenario. In this scenario, you live with people in the world. The food is in the refrigerator. You're wondering if you can eat it, correct? You can, because it means nothing. But if they see you eat it, they will think Christmas is powerful, because they are not going to come to the Passover with you, and they are not going to eat unleavened bread and lamb. But you are going to eat the cranberry sauce, which means Christmas is powerful. Thanksgiving is powerful. If people in the world are weak, so you give up turkey for them, for no other reason, because it's just turkey. Go ahead.
Suppose it's, like brothers in the school that's like, okay, we know that it's not a big deal, it's just
Right.
turkey, we're not thinking
Right.
of it in that way.
Right.
But sometimes brothers, like crack jokes and stuff like that.
Uh-huh.
And you may not
Crack jokes about the turkey.
Yeah, or black eyed peas, like, man, you eat black eyed peas.
Right.
You know that's not a good thing to do.
Right.
But I'm not thinking of it in that spirit.
Of course not.
Right, so,
So,
now,
go ahead.
2 years ago, at first I might think it's a joke.
Right.
But now, the next day or two, they're like, man, I don't know, you really was wrong for eating that food that day.
Mhm.
You know, now I feel offended because you're not joking no more.
Of course. Right.
That brother may felt offended of me eating it that day.
Right.
That's my main question, more so for brother who know that, I don't think that's a big deal. We all know that it's not a big deal to, we're not even
Right.
thinking that.
Of course.
It's just a meal.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
What's your question, though?
So like, what is it that's unbrotherly about that brother?
What's unbrotherly about which brother?
Like, any brother that may say that, hey, you shouldn't have been eating that day. Even though I'm telling the brother, like, man, I don't care about Thanksgiving or,
I got you.
it's
I
just a
understand.
feeling to me.
I think I understand your question. I'll try to answer it for you, okay? So now, okay, in this scenario that you're giving me, first of all, you know that if someone does something that offends you, what are you honor bound to do? You have to do it. You don't have a choice, right? Just like not eating pork or not eating shrimp. If a brother offends you, you must take him to counsel. It is the law of Christ. And if they were killed with the voice of 2 or 3 witnesses in times past by the commandment of Moses, how much a sorer punishment shall they receive who trodden underfoot the word of Christ? Christ gave us a law about taking people to counsel that offend us. Now, you got killed by Moses by 2 or 3 witnesses. What's going to happen to you if you offend what Christ told you to do? You have to take a brother to counsel. Not taking a man to counsel is a person that wants to hate his brother. It's a flat out desire to hate him, because you know that if you went to counsel, you would resolve it. You don't want to counsel so that you can hate him. It's a poem my favorite poem called The Poison Pen. It's not in the Bible, but it's saying this, that when someone offends you, you tell him not, the offense grows. When my foe offended me, I told him not, the offense grows. My friend offended me, I told him it groweth not. That's not the Bible, but that's another poem. You get my point. An offense grows when you don't talk about it, when you don't take it to counsel. You understand, right? Okay, so now, with that said, who's unbrotherly? Both of you.
Now, if I could, sir, I just wanted to, bring it out in class to ask a question.
No, when I say you, I'm not meaning you. This is a scenario. No, yeah, this is a scenario. I know that. This is not you. When I say you, I mean, you said which one, how is he unbrotherly? Both of the people in this scenario are unbrotherly. We just read that precept, right? So the brother who watches another brother eat a turkey on Thanksgiving knows that it's not something that people should see him do. Come on.
Suppose that brother just assumed, just like out of the blue, like we're on the phone or like Clubhouse, for instance.
Right.
Man, what you eating, Yamo? You sound like you probably eating some black eyed peas or something.
Was the person eating black eyed peas?
Kind.
Okay, he was right there.
Yeah, he was right. It took a while, yes. So now that's where it was like, I was in front of the brother eating with black eyed peas. Like, yo, eat your.
Okay. But what's your question, Doc? Okay, what are you asking me? What is who wrong?
Me.
You in this scenario. In this scenario, you're the one with the peas. Okay, so are you saying, are you wrong for what?
For like
Oh, I got you. I understand. I just got it. So you didn't do it in front of him. Okay, then no one really knew you were doing it but yourself. But he guessed it. Okay, well now that's a rough one. I'm just asking. Since you asking me, I wouldn't say it if you didn't ask me. You understand? If he guessed it, then he knows that you're that type of person. That's the problem with that. He knows that if you eat him tonight, you're eating black-eyed peas because he can see it in you that it's hard for you to give up traditional lusts. That's what he can notice. And brothers in the school, they were like this when I was a trooper out. Boy, they see everything. They saw everything in me. They saw it. I walked in the door. It was like they looked at me, sized me up, and knew who I was. Straight up and down. That's what happened. Because they're prophets. And so in that way, you're right. You were not doing it where anyone could see you. You were taking care of your brother. So you, in this scenario, you were not being unbrotherly. You were right. You understand? You didn't do anything wrong. You didn't post a picture. You didn't let people in the world see you do it. You might go downstairs 2 a.m., eat some damn black-eyed peas. Who in the hell cares? Nobody knows. But if that brother knew it because he heard you munching, then he sees it in you. And really, the only offense you could have is in that he knows you.
Now,
Mhm.
okay, suppose it was, my demons not, even holidays or customs like birthdays,
Right.
but I may have a different demon that I'm dealing with that brother may know. Not just that.
Not only that one. Okay.
You guys, this young man right here,
Mhm.
he knows.
Well, I'm not talking about you. This is not about you. This is a scenario, correct?
All right.
Right. If you need a private counsel, you can always get a private counsel. Just we're talking in general. So in general, what are you asking me?
I'm just saying, like, if the brother just assumed that that's me, not giving up the customs
Right.
and holidays,
Right.
that's not really true. Because I gave
Well, it's not true that you don't. It's not true that you do all of them, but it is true that you were eating black-eyed peas then. That's it. And he didn't say, hey, you don't. He didn't say you keep all the traditions of the world. He didn't say that. He just said, I hear you eating. I bet you it's black-eyed peas, and he was right. So I don't know how you could be offended at him. You really could have been offended if you weren't. Like if you could say, what you mean black-eyed peas, man? I'm eating a steak. What are you talking about? I don't eat why would I eat black-eyed peas? Then he would have to say, oh, Salakia, because I was wrong. But if you were eating black-eyed peas, and if it was New Year's Eve or New Year's Day, and he was right, how do you get upset about him being right? Go ahead.
It's like trying to ridicule me of saying that I shouldn't eat it at all, even though for me and him, it's not a big deal.
Okay, but he knows you're eating it.
Right.
So if he knows you're eating it, who have you just offended by eating it? Him, because he's the one that knows you're eating it, because he assumed you ate it. Okay, and let me tell you, and this goes to really, the question in this scenario goes to what I wanted to go into tonight and where superstitions come from. These things come from a very private and personal and deep place. And they're extremely hard to break up. It's serious. It's like something that satisfies something in your soul that needs comfort and needs to know that you're going to be okay in the future. And they give comfort in a way that we don't really understand until you delve into it when you get out of it. There's a reason that he knew, and we can't deny that it was true. And if it was true and it offended you because it was true, then really you're offended because you ate it. You can't be offended because he knew it, because it was true. So in essence, you're offended that he knew you would eat black-eyed peas on New Year's Eve. And now, does that make, the person that did this, does that make them the evilest person in the world? Watch this, sisters. If you were a woman, and a lot of women in the truth, they cleaned up like crazy yesterday. They cleaned their house. Sisters, do you know what I'm talking about? Do you know women that clean their house on New Year's Day? Right. Brother, You probably could walk into a 20 houses in the UPK, 100, and you're gonna smell bleach yesterday. You're gonna smell bleach. You're gonna be like, damn, what's going on in here? Somebody coming over? And listen, and they don't know why, women don't know why they have the internal urge to clean on New Year's Day. But they have it. It's like you wake up in the morning like, I need to clean this damn house. I need to get this mopped and swept and I need to clean up. They don't know why they're doing it. They're not saying, I need to keep the tradition of slave New Year's Eve. They're not saying that in their mind. But they just have the need to clean yesterday. And brother, if I question them, it'll be a sad day. Because I can guarantee sisters in the UPK cleaned up yesterday thinking that they just had an urge to clean. They don't know. Just like that, there is brothers, man, that are going to, for some reason, you know what I really feel like eating? Is black-eyed peas and collard greens. For no reason, but I just really have the urge to eat some black-eyed. They don't know why they want it. They have no idea why they want black-eyed peas and collard greens. They're not thinking, I'm celebrating a holiday. They just know this is perfect. This would satisfy me right now, today. Now, when you come into the truth and you begin to learn something that is foreign in this world, you begin to learn self-discipline, self-denial, and you embrace it. Then you're going to realize why you do things that you don't even know why you're doing. You understand? So in this particular case, he assumed you were doing it. There's only one way he could have assumed, and that's because he knows you. He was right about it. You were doing it. If you're offended by him knowing, now if he ridiculed you, if he made fun of you or belittled you, then you should take him to counsel because that's wrong. But he's not wrong for seeing you.
Right.
You get my point. But if he ridiculed you, of course, or if you're just offended by it, take him to counsel and work it out. Figure out who's right and who's wrong. You're taking him to counsel because you're offended. So, but okay, hearing this scenario, if his offense is simply knowing you what you were eating at the time, that's not unlawful. You get my point. You understand? We good to go here? Let me get the slave thing up since we're on the topic, all right? You got it for me, y'all?
Americans are likely to think of New Year's Eve and New Year's Day as a time to celebrate the
I want the
fresh
slave
start
one.
and
Oh, come on, this is the slave.
It doesn't say slave on that. The one I have is going to say slave. It might be written. This one might not be a video.
Oh, come on.
Bear with me.
This is American slavery title.
Oh, goddamn, I didn't notice it until a while ago. Go ahead.
the New Year represents. But there is also a troubling side to the holiday's history. In the years before the Civil War, the first day of the New Year was often a heartbreaking one for enslaved people in the United States. In the African American community, New Year's Day used to be widely known as Hiring Day or Heartbreak Day.
Pause.
Because enslaved
Here's the truth about New Year's Day. New Year's Day in slavery was called Heartbreak Day. And it was the worst day to be a slave of the year. They dreaded it every year. They called it Hiring Day or Heartbreak Day because on this day, your owner had debts that had to be paid by the end of the year. And so on New Year's Day, he would use the slave to pay off debts. So he would hire out his slaves to people that, if he owed money to the cotton person or to the wheat farmer or to the hog farmer, he couldn't pay it. It had to be paid by the first of the year. So if he had labor, he would rent out his labor to the people that he owed money to. And slaves sat around all year dreading this day coming because they knew that they were going to lose their children today. Husbands knew they were going to lose their wives. Wives knew they were going to lose their husbands. And it was all centered around Heartbreak Day, which is what New Year's Day is. Keep going.
people spent New Year's Eve wondering and waiting to find out if their owners were going to rent them out to someone else, which potentially split up their families. The renting out of slave labor was a common practice in the South of America and a profitable practice for slave owners and hirers. Some enslaved held under contracts that started in January. These transactions also took place all year long, and contracts could last for different amounts of time. These deals were conducted privately amongst families, friends, and business contacts, and slaves were then handed over in town squares, on courthouse steps.
Read that one more time. Oh, in town squares. Keep going. Keep going.
Accounts of the cruelty of hiring day come from records left by those who secured their freedom, who describe spending the day before January the 1st, desperately hoping and praying that their hirers would be humane and that their families would stay together. A slave named Lewis Clark said in an 1842 account, "Of all the days in the year, the slaves dread New Year's Day the most of any." Israel Campbell wrote in a memoir published in 1861 in Philadelphia, in which he describes being hired out 3 times. He said, "On New Year's Day, we went to the auctioneer's block to be hired to the highest bidder for 1 year." A former slave known as Sister Harrison said in an interview in 1937, "That's where that saying comes from, that what you do on New Year's Day you'll be doing for the rest of the year."
Pause.
Enslaved people
What you do on New Year's Day, you'll be doing for the rest of the year. Brother, that is in every Judite house, that term. Whatever you're doing on New Year's Day, you'll be doing for the rest of the year. You ever heard that before, Panama? That saying? Oh man, that's a Judite. I mean, they live by it. Whatever, where they're careful on what they do today. Come on. Say again. What if you don't do nothing? Then you're going to give yourself bad luck. You better do something. You better do something to make sure you don't lose your children tomorrow. But you don't have any power to stop him from selling your children. So what can you do? Eat black-eyed peas, eat collard greens, sweep the house, walk backwards in the house. It's what superstitions are what powerless people do to try to have some control over a life they have no control over. You understand? They can't stop them from being sold. A woman can't stop her husband from being sold tomorrow. All she can do is what? Sweep, clean. Because if she does that, her husband won't get sold. You understand? That's where superstitions come from. They're based in fear. And when you're terrified, but you have no power to affect change, you burn sage. You get crystals and rub the crystal, and you hold the crystal, or you kiss a cross 3 times. Ooh, ooh. Why? Because I can't affect change in my life. I can't stop him from selling my daughter tomorrow, but I can do this. And that's where superstitions come from. The word super means to over. Stition means to see. It means to, Alexa knows that superstition means to overwatch. Alexa, where does the word superstition come from?
The noun superstition originated from Latin in the Italian Republic around 1375 to 1425.
She ain't giving you enough. Super means like supersede, super this, super that. It means over. Stition means to watch. So imagine you are watching something so closely, thinking that it will save your children, save your wife, and save your husband. That's what this broom means. That's what, this crossing your fingers and black-eyed peas. What choice do you have in getting money? None. So you eat black-eyed peas because they look like coins. And collard greens look like money. That you can afford. You can afford that. You can burn sage. You can buy it down at the grocery store. You can do, but you don't have any power to actually change your life. And that is the root of superstitions. Does everyone understand? Keep going.
People who attempted to resist going to their new masters were whipped and thrown in jail until they relented and promised not to run away during the new arrangements. But the history of New Year's Day and American slavery is not just
There's another one
as
about
all
slaves. Give me that next.
people. The holiday was also associated with their freedom. The holiday became more associated with freedom than slavery. Abraham
Stop.
Lincoln signed
So
the
before the
Emancipation
Emancipation Proclamation, this was a terrible day. It was the worst day of the year. But guess what happened on January 1st? the Emancipation Proclamation was signed. Hallelujah. On that night, this happened. Keep reading. Let me keep playing. Select.
Proclamation freeing slaves in Confederate States on New Year's Day in 1863. Enslaved people went to church to pray and sing on December 31st, 1862, and that is why there are still New Year's Eve prayer services known as watch nights.
Stop. Have you ever heard of watch night or church people piling in the church on New Year's Eve? Who's ever heard that? Raise your hand. This is why. This is how they switched it from Heartbreak Day to the greatest day of the year, because they're actually celebrating the signing of the Emancipation Proclamation. That's actually what they're celebrating. They're not celebrating New Year's Eve, but this is their way of thanking God for Abraham Lincoln signing the Emancipation Proclamation. And so they wait and watch. Watch is like, the word watch is back then meant wait. You're just waiting. Why? Because tomorrow, the Emancipation Proclamation will be signed. And they still do it today. They don't know why they're going to church on New Year's Eve. Do you understand? But there is a need in Black people to get up in that church New Year's Eve that by now is instinctive. You understand? It's like an instinctive need by now. Like breeding a dog. You breed enough mean dogs, you get a pit bull. You breed enough nice dogs, you get a little lap dog. We're bred to be slaves. You understand? We're bred to eat collard greens and black-eyed peas, Doc. And on New Year's Eve, we're going to need them. We're going to have a desire, our stomach will growl to get black-eyed peas on that day. You're going to look at church and go, I ain't been to church in a year. I really want to go to church tonight. I really want to go up in there in church tonight. I know you do. I know. Because we're bred to be slaves. Does everyone understand? Any more? Put that on the screen so they can see it, though. Can you? Can you put it on the screen or no? Quickly. If you have questions online, I'll get them as well, all right? Come on, a bunch.
So one of those in class had a question on Christ returns to sky cracking.
Yeah, you have that. Good. You have the precept for him? This is a precept for you, young brother in the back, all right? For Christ cracking the sky. That's one of Commander General Yana's amazing classes he taught me when I was very young. And I was able to visualize it and to see that our salvation was going to be an invasion. Just like many other salvations. The Iraqis under Saddam Hussein, they were being beaten and threatened and killed. And then one day, Iraqi freedom came. And Saddam Hussein was killed. And now the people who used to be ruled by Saddam Hussein now rule over his empire. It happened in the Israelis as well. It happened with many countries. It happened in Germany, in Japan. And it's going to happen here in America and Great Britain as well. That we're going to receive our salvation from an invasion. Just like every other poor person that looks to the sky waiting for hope. Keep reading.
Revelation chapter 6, verse 14. And the heaven departed as a scroll when it is rolled together. And every mountain and island removed out of their places.
So imagine a scroll. So the heaven departs. Like imagine a scroll that's unrolled, right? It's wide. And then it starts to roll up. That's how the clouds roll up when Christ breaks the sky. Keep going.
And the kings of the earth, and the great men, and the rich men, and the chief captains, and the mighty men, and every bondman, and every free man, hid themselves in the dens and in the rocks of the mountains.
Then they went up in these caves and in Cheyenne Mountain and in bomb shelters, hiding on that day. On that day, the people that have had so much power over us, they vaunt themselves. Even this week, down there in New York, the Proud Boys walked through the subways and didn't have to pay the fares, hundreds of them. The police just opened the door. And I have the video here tonight. The police opened the goddamn door and let the Proud Boys get on the train for free. When in New York, if you jump that train style, you'll be beaten within an inch of your life in New York for jumping that train style. But the police opened the door so all the Proud Boys could go watch the ball drop for free. These people have had so much fun. They are criminals. The Proud Boys are criminals who killed police and stormed the Capitol And the police still love them. They've had a good time here, Rock. We're reading about the end of that good time. I pray you understand. Keep going.
Verse 16, and said to the mountains and rocks, fall on us, and hide us from the face of him that sitteth on the throne.
Now they're hoping they go into the cave and hope they get barricaded in that cave. Mountains fall on us and hide us. That's now they're going to be afraid. You understand? Now they're going to cross their fingers. Now they're going to eat black-eyed peas. Now they're going to pray. Now they'll be somewhere crying and praying, hoping that God saves them. That's our salvation. That's justice. That's judgment. Everyone understands. Let me move on for time's sake, all right? What do you have? Okay, these are famous slave New Year's Eve superstitions. Keep going. Now read it. Wait, you read from the from. That's good.
It says 7 Black New Year's Eve traditions to start your 2023.
Give me the Hispanic ones on deck while we're doing this, all right? Go ahead.
Eating black-eyed peas, cornbread, collard greens, cabbage, and more.
All that. All those things represent money when you have no money, right? Because cabbage is green, collard greens are green. Cabbage is green, collard greens are green, and black-eyed peas look like coins. So when you're poor, that's as close as you can get to money, right? So they eat those things, hoping that they'll have good luck. Bad things won't happen tomorrow. Remember, they're thinking their husband is going to get sold. Their wife is getting sold, their children. So they're just thinking, maybe if I eat this meal, something good will happen on January 1st, on Heartbreak Day. And so they eat it, trying to affect change in the future. And what happened the next day? More heartbreak. Keep going.
Black-eyed peas have been an important staple with African-American culture, dating back to slavery in the South.
See how old it is, My God, of course, who doesn't got the urge to eat black-eyed peas after 400 years? Of course you do. Everybody does. The discipline is in feeling that thing that was bred into you as a slave and desiring freedom from it. That's One West. That's the Israelite school of UPK. That's why this school was built. I can tell you how why y'all was shot. Keep going.
Where it was discovered that bean flourishes in muggy weather. According to today, freed slaves would take dry beans with them because they can be easily grown in many different climates.
Skip down. Go to cleaning your house.
Many Black families believe you cannot go into a new year with a dirty house.
Oh, hell no, you can't do that. You cannot go into the new year with a dirty house. Why? Because what happens today is going to be the whole year. So you don't want your husband to get sold. Black people down south, do you know how they get married to this day down south? Who's from the south and can tell me how Black people are still getting married down south? They jump a broom. That's a slave thing to do.
Right.
Why? Because what in the hell else is your life but brooms and mops and wash buckets? You're a slave. So now we'll get married by jumping a broom. Oh yeah, and my wife is getting sold tomorrow, so we better start eating these beans. We better eat a lot of them because we jumped the broom. We better clean the house right after we jump the broom because we don't want bad things to happen all year because then my wife will be sold to another plantation and I'll never see her again. That's where superstitions come from. Keep going.
This tradition is all about setting the tone for the up and coming year. Sweeping is specifically represents removing old energy from the previous year to make room for new blessings and growth.
Keep going.
Okay.
Also, for those of you bitches out there burning sage, it's the same thing. Okay, stop burning sage. You're embarrassing yourself. It's an embarrassment, man. This is why you do things like that. You burn sage because you feel powerless to shut your legs to the wrong kind of man. It comes from having no power. And so many times, because we've been without power for 400 years, we still think that we have no choice in picking the right man. So what do? Burn sage, because it's what a powerless person would do. But a free woman chooses well. She chooses wisely. Everybody understands. Keep going.
This tradition aligns with the premise of deep cleaning your home. Opening windows allows stale energy to be removed and fresh new air to be ushered in.
Opening the windows. You got to open these damn windows. You got to sweep this floor. You got to wash the house, the whole house. You can't breathe for the ammonia in the damn house and the fabuloso burning on the damn stove.
Right.
Keep going.
Attending a church service.
All right, we went over that. Any more?
Having money in your pocket.
Yeah, you got to have some money in your pocket. Make sure it's money in your pockets, because whatever happens today is going to happen the entire year because of Heartbreak Day. Keep going.
Being surrounded by your loved ones.
You got to be around family and friends, because whatever happens today is going to happen all year. So if you're not around your family and friends, they're going to get sold tomorrow. So you have to be around them on New Year's Eve. Keep going.
Sir. Making sure your cupboard is full.
A cupboard is like, having food in the house, having a ton of food in the house. Give me the Hispanic things. These are also ridiculous. Brother, what do you know about in Panama? Do they eat grapes in Panama on New Year's Eve? Oh, yeah. They're doing that in Panama and Colombia, in Brazil. They have to eat 12 grapes. Last 12 seconds, they got to rifle them in their mouth quick before the clock strikes. What about the draws? The colorful draws? Oh, man, they got to wear red draws if they want to find love. White draws, I think, or green draws for money. And white draws, I think, for purity or health or to get rid of disease. I'll pull it up on you. Come on. Mm-hmm.
But I used to always leave before 12, so I never liked it.
Yeah, tell me about it. I ain't like it either. I know what you mean. I couldn't stand it. I know just what you mean. You might have found a home. There are people in here just like you. That's what I found out years ago. There are people in here just like me, finally. Keep going. Go ahead.
2019, and when it comes to celebrating the new year, many people around the world have special traditions like eating grapes at midnight, wearing underwear of a certain color. Red is the lucky color right here. So write these notes down. Yeah, here. Others like News 6 at 9's Carolina Cardona run around the block with an empty suitcase. Why? We may be asking to. Well, Carolina is about to explain why some people believe these traditions are supposed to help you have a happier, richer new year.
The clock is ticking to ring in 2019, and to some people like Evangelina Santiago, fill up a bucket of water right before midnight.
And we go around the corners of the house, saying, please clean this house, bring good things for the new year, and then we play in the corner. At 12, you open the windows, you open your sliding door, and you throw it out. And you hope for the best.
A tradition Shayla Segura also believes in.
So we clean the house with water, to clean the house from bad spirits or bad luck, and start the new year fresh. Also, we try to wear new clothes.
In countries like Ecuador, Colombia, and Panama, effigies known as Año Viejo or Muñeco Viejo in Spanish are lit up, turning into an explosive festivity, which is supposed to burn away all the bad things the old year brought. Then there's wearing colorful underwear to welcome
Stop
the
right
new
there.
year.
Does everyone see how all of the slave traditions built into it are people that have no power to do anything, right? So what do? You dumped in your dishwater out the window. You're dumping it out the window because you do that every day any damn way. So now all you have is dishwater, dirty water from washing the floor. So you dump it out the window because this is how you can make sure your family doesn't starve to death. This is how you can make sure that your children don't die of disease, because you're powerless. All of them are just based around a powerless people and enslaved people trying to find some way to affect change when they have no ability to affect change. You understand? What was the last one she just described? I want to go into. Oh, burning an effigy. This is something else they do. They take, I forget the name of it. She just said, but they get a picture of someone, fake, like one of those piñatas in essence, and it's a person or a man, and they burn him. Now, why do they do that? Who can guess it? Just think like a slave. They burn a man and they set him on fire, and this is how they get rid of the evil spirits. Who can guess who the man is? It's the slave master. It's him. It's him. In fact, they'll go down there. When Donald Trump was president, they had so many Donald Trump piñatas, bro. They were everywhere because that is their culture. They can't do anything about it, but they can just beat up a statue of Donald Trump till all the candy comes out his ass. And they set him on fire. They take some white man, some Spaniard, and set him on fire because what in the hell else can they do? Nothing. Keep going. He murders them. He cuts their feet off, and they burn, an image of him, and feel better. It's like cathartic. It's like it's like a release because he's beating their backs and stealing their land and killing them and sticking pitchforks in their heart, and they make a fake picture of a white man and burn him, and they feel a lot better afterwards. Keep going.
Peace and all that kind of stuff.
Brazilians, though, at a splash. What does it mean to jump 7 waves of the ocean?
Yeah, normally it's because of the Iemanjá, the goddess from the oceans, and you chose some gifts for her too, like flowers or food or whatever on the ocean, and we jump the 7 waves so that it's for luck.
Others
They go out in the ocean, jump 7 times in the ocean, all based on worshiping some non-existent, stupid goddess that they worship right up until the time that the white man killed all of them. And they go out in the ocean and give her flowers, and really it's just Mary. When you trace all these things back, they're supposed to be about some Mexican goddess. It's just Mary. It's them worshiping Mary and giving Mary flowers and loving Mary, and they jump up in the water 7 times, and then they go right back there and cut sugar cane and pick fruit for their master. Keep going.
If I make sure that you bring it out of this so heavy, they don't restrict that in the Black Panther movie too.
Forget about it.
Big shout out to Prison Officer 500, ISUPK, Mexico. He was breaking down the fact of how they was worshiping Kukulkan, they call him, serving him. But before they showed him serving him, the scene before they showed Kukulkan coming out of the water, when he comes out, the first thing he sees is Issachar and Zabalawan on a plantation with conquistador right there. So that's heavy.
It's that's all it is. It's if you can't do anything else, then pretend. You understand? That's what slaves do. Slaves just pretend. And what else can they do? And they feel better. They feel like, feels like I got on the right color drawers. Okay, I might not be alone. My husband might not die. My drawers are red. I got on green drawers. Okay, we might be able to eat this week. It's the last resort of the powerless, superstitions. Now, why don't we do something to actually get power? Because we can do it. There's something that we can do, brother, that is for real. It isn't pretend, but it actually gets you power over your enemy. And we'll go into that next. Keep going. Whenever you're ready.
That means next year.
No, this is the one I got to show you right now. And this is the saddest thing in the world. First of all, tell me how many people are coming over the border in America a day right now. For what? I got 1,000 scriptures I did not bring out. All right, I got to do these on Thursday, okay? I'll try to finish this up on Thursday to finish up where superstitions come from and to show you superstitions in the Bible and to give you the answer to superstitions in the Bible. How many people are coming over the border in Mexico every year? You know Panama? Shit, that number's probably about right. What is it?
The Common Contest of November 30th, 2022. Encounters along the U.S.-Mexico border currently range between 6,000 to 7,000 a day.
A day. So 2 million is about right a year. 6,000 to 7,000 every day, traveling, running, swimming to get out of their country and to get into America to have a better life. Now rewind this and let me show you another superstition that has been around for a while. Rewind the tape.
Travel a lot.
How did it work for you?
A lot, yes.
What do you do?
You gotta rewind that.
Nothing in particular. They're running around with the luggage. Sounds like a
Rewind a little more.
Others run around the block.
More. Rewind.
wherever on the ocean, and we jump the 7 waves. So that it's for luck.
Others run around the block with an empty suitcase.
That means next year you're gonna travel a lot.
How did it work for you?
A lot, yes.
What do you do?
Nothing in particular. They're running around with the luggage. Sounds like an interesting thing. We're gonna have to check that out.
And to right before the
I mean,
start of
that is Panama. That's sad as hell. You know about this Panama? Yeah, brother. People, they don't do that in Panama. Thank the Lord. Listen up. People desperate to leave their country because of war and famine. Every year, they just run around in a circle with an empty suitcase out. That's it. There's nothing in the suitcase. They just get up and start running around in a circle. That's it. And you can see why, right? Like you can get it, right? Because they're desperate to fill that suitcase with clothes and make it to California, make it to Texas. But they don't know what to do. They don't know how to change their life. So they just run around out there 12 o'clock 3 times out with an empty suitcase. It's all a slave has. What else does he have? He doesn't have the money to make it over here. If he gets over here, he gets arrested. And guess what? The brothers that don't know that's coming over there, 8,000 of them a day. They're going to come over here. I can go to jail and sell drugs and be oppressed in America. That's what's going to happen. But a slave has nothing else but his superstitions. Here's what God wants you to understand. Let me give you one precept and then I'm gone, all right? Let me give you this. You with me, right? Give me 2 Ezra 4:16. And then 2 Ezra 7:20 to 21, and that's that. All right.
2 Ezra chapter 4, verse 16.
Listen, if you want, if I can think of one scripture that would make you understand burning sage, mistletoe, any good luck charm, the crucifix giving you good luck, the sign of the cross, the blood of Jesus, going to church, doing anything that slaves think they have to do. And if doing this thing will bring them good luck, it will change their life. This is the one I would go to first to make you understand how futile your traditions are. Read.
2 Ezra chapter 4, verse 16. The thought of the wood was in vain.
Read that again.
The thought of the wood was in vain.
Imagine a piece of wood thinking, if I cross my fingers, good things will happen. If I eat black-eyed peas, I'll have money. If I clean my house, then I'll have a good year. Forget about it. Yes. Knock on wood comes from the wooden cross, right? Knock on wood because the wooden cross of Jesus. Knock on wood. Crossing your fingers is, of course, the Christian cross. That's where crossing your fingers come from. Bless you comes from people having the plague. And so when people sneeze, they had flu-like symptoms. So someone sneezed, they went, oh, bless you. You know, oh, please, I don't want you to die. People still die, even though you say bless you. There was a lot of bless you for the COVID-19 virus. 3 million people died. It doesn't work. That's the point. All of the things that you do, you're like a piece of wood with thoughts about how you're going to survive. Thoughts how you won't get sick. Thoughts how you're going to make money. The wood has thoughts too. Keep reading.
The thought of the wood was in vain, for the fire came and consumed it.
Read it again.
The thought of the wood was in vain.
Oh yeah, you think a lot of things, don't you? The thought of the wood was in vain because the fire came and consumed it all. You don't have any magical power to have good luck. None. Let me tell you something that grown people won't tell you because you're kids. But I'm going to tell you the first grown thing that people won't tell you. Nothing you're doing in your life is going to be different. Nothing. You understand me? If you hit the lottery, nothing would be different in your life. If you got an NBA contract, nothing would be different in your life. If you signed a rap deal, you would die poor. Everything that you think that you pray for to happen and have good luck charms to happen, if they actually happened, your life would be no different at all. The wood thinks things will happen, but the fire thinks something else. You understand, children? The fire doesn't give a damn what you think. It burns wood. And to understand that is to understand how life really works. Give me the other precept I asked for.
Second Ezra, book of Second Ezra, chapter 7 and verse 20. For there be many that perish in this life.
Let me tell you about life. There are a lot of people that die in life, many people. And they don't want to die. They want their families to stay together. You want to see your family. You don't want your children to die. You don't want to be sold on Heartbreak Day. You want to have a good life, and I understand. There be many that perish in this life, however. Go ahead.
Because they despise the law of God.
Because they despise the law of God. That's why they die. And you can burn all the sage you want. You can sweep that house until it's raw. If you hate God's law, you're dying. You can win the lottery. You can have your heart's dreams come true, and you are still going to die in the ghetto. Still, I'll bring it out on Thursday. I'll show you the actual math on how many people actually go poor after the mega lottery, after the NBA and NFL contract, after it. They all still die poor, all of them. It doesn't change anything because people die because they despise God's law. That's factual, brothers and sisters. That's for real. That's not something you tell a child so he can feel better and feel like maybe he won't be sold tomorrow. That's true. Keep going.
Because they despise the law of God that is set before you.
That is what?
Set before
it's right in front of you. It's right in front of your face. And you don't want it. You hate it. Those same Christians that run in that church at 12 midnight hate the Bible in the church. The Bible in the church says that homosexuality is wrong and eating pork is wrong. And they race to get in church on New Year's Eve and hate the Bible in the church. And they're going to die. No matter how much they go to church, no matter how much they sweep the house. Keep going.
Verse 21. For God hath given straight commandment.
That's what God gave, man. Straight commandment. You know what straight means? Tight. Tight. Straight commandments. Straight is a biblical word. It just means there's no wiggle room. You can't get out of them. You can't say, well, I know God said this, but he knows my heart. I'm trying to get myself together. One day I'm going to stop smoking. One day I'll stop smoking weed. Well, God made me gay. See, you would like God to be loose, to be wide, to have plenty of wiggle room. He just does not. You're the wood who thinks differently than the fire. But the fire is going to consume you, and he doesn't care what you think. Everybody understands. With that, pass the class over. What's your name again? Kalatiza. Thuana.
Allah Bra. Yahweh Shem Shabbat.
Started out at 1 West under Commander Jenny Yohana.